2024, and I will call to order this special meeting of the Isla Vista Community Services District Finance Committee and announce that the meeting is being recorded. Roll call.
Director Brett.
Here.
Director Toppin.
Here.
And Director Craig.
Here.
Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Chumash people, who are the traditional custodians of the land. We pay our respects to the Chumash elders, past, present, and future, who call this place, Anascoyo, the land that Isla Vista sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Chumash community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. And now there's a public comment period. Is there any member of the public here who wishes to speak? No.
Half of our budget process. I'm not going to go in. Ross, we can change the appearance. Not going to go into heavy detail on the budget process, just that our goal is to approve a tentative budget in June and then the final budget process last year. We've done all of our internal we've done all of our internal annual reports for our programs, but we'll move next to having our contracted out ones. The rental housing mediation is just the only one left that's internal. And then so we plan to approve the budget on June 25th, or the preliminary budget June 25th, and approve the final budget on August 13th or 27th. I think we can decide that. We'll need to decide that soon, but we can see how we're going. It's only 2 weeks difference, so I'm not sure much can change if we had an extra 2 weeks or not, but it's at the August. That's about it.
It's worked in the past. Yes. We'll make it work again. Okay, 3.2. 2023-2024 estimated actuals.
Okay, so estimated actuals, this is, well, it's not showing color coded on there, but on the attachment it is color coded. The top line for estimated actuals are that we're estimating to get, so just really quick, the green is previous years, the blue is the budgeted for this year, purple is actuals, and light orange is estimated actuals. The estimated actuals for revenue is $2,187,000, which is 93% of we never planned for interest income, but you know, it's a nice little bonus. It keeps us a little higher at 30,000. We're gonna have more for our grant for the mobility plan. We're just gonna finish it out this fiscal year. We thought we were gonna have to spend more last year, which we didn't. We plan to collect pretty much all of the other government agency money, which is the parking study money and the IVCSD money. And I think the 13,000 gap here was just a mistake I made in calculating what the full number should be. So 526,000 is technically 100%. I just had put in the budget wrong myself a year ago. So, you know, 526,000 out of 539 budgeted.
And I'm sorry, what's this line item?
This is the IVCSD contribution and the parking study money from the county and IVCSD.
Okay.
We've brought in 262,000, and we do plan to, bring in the rest, which is the safety stations budget and the UCSB park money is received. It's just not realized in fin yet, and the county we're still waiting on it. On sales and other, we're at 30% of planned revenues, and we do think we'll end up only taking out 230,000 from our fund balance instead of the planned 330,000. That's for sure. So it does give us 92% of our revenues. On the top line, if you guys want me to go into program by program, I can, but on salaries and benefits, we plan to spend 91% of our expenses on salaries and benefits. 102,000. There's just so many different reasons why that is. Whether we have vacant positions or positions that were, budgeted for the full year but hired midway through. And then on services and supplies, and the acoustics project at the community center. But we had budgeted for those in previous years and had money put away. They just weren't put into this budget. So we have fund balance to pay for those. And so right now we're planning to end the year $12,000 in the positive. But that is a much lower number than previous years we've ended. Usually we end the year with 150, 200,000 positive. Last year it was like around 160. Year before that, we're budgeted a very small amount. So we're gonna just be prudent to spend the last 3 months to keep that positive.
Any comments?
We're hearing that we keep cutting out in the Zoom. Are you hearing us, Olivia? Is it cutting out for you?
It's been cutting out a little bit for me.
Okay.
Well, I do know that our revenues on the room uses and from the sale of compost are both under projections.
Mm-hmm.
That our revenue is under what we thought it might be is not of any concern whatsoever to me.
Yeah, and there were small amounts, and yeah, we just got those things started.
Yeah, so. And they're beautifully started, and we intended to use money from reserves to get them started, and we weren't exactly sure how much. Mm-hmm. And so I don't feel any concern at all about that.
I had a question. Just looking at the variances, it seems like the biggest impact to why we're not bringing in as much revenue as we had expected is the UUT.
It's 100% the UUT. I can go into specifics on that. Here, let me.
Maybe that's that's on the agenda as well.
No, it's pretty much it's part of this one. You'll see, like, right now we're minus 152%. There's different. It says in another spreadsheet it's minus 4%. These are the same, like, final figure. The 55,000 is the same minus, but it's just hitting to do two different percentages. But either way, we're under our collection by 55,000, and you'll see it's mostly in gas. The gas tax is 20% down, 21% down. The trash is also down by 3%. It's a smaller amount, and we just learned on Thursday why that might be, which is that we learned that that property owners are starting to transfer the burden of signing up for trash service to tenants instead of paying for it themselves and just passing it on through the rent. And so Marburg is getting thousands of new customers per year, and some of them aren't paying their trash bills, and they're going into collections and debt, and they're needing to handle that. So that's something we learned on Thursday meeting with Marburg County. So that's been a new trend, I think. So that could explain why trash certain taxes are so much lower.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's definitely interesting, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily code red situation, but it is concerning for us. I think that this would be the first year that we didn't show growth in the UUT if the projections hold as they are projected to at this point, which is definitely head scratcher. Given my understanding of utility costs and the growth that they have received. So, I know this will probably be a discussion for later, but, if we do have balance and money to actually play with, setting the money aside for an audit, I think is something that is top of mind for me.
So it's a good idea to keep an eye on those, because it does seem counterintuitive that there would be a drop.
I mean, one thing to know is last year there was a huge boost. It was at 34% and 39%. Not, yeah, I don't.
The rates certainly haven't gone down.
Right.
Yeah, the other interesting thing to me is something that Jonathan and I talked about, which is that there are draft proposed regulations at the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, that would change how the billing is done for low-income households, and it's definitely something that has the potential to have impact for us here. So a good thing for us to continue to keep an eye on as well. But definitely cause for concern for me that the revenue, if it comes in as projected, is a little less than last year.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, just one last note on that, which is every year we budget for what the previous year's final number was, and then every year we end up with maybe like 150. But yeah, that is why it's so significant, because it's not just staying the same or growing a little bit, it's sliding backwards, and it's usually going up by a lot. Something to keep an eye on, and we probably want to do more stringent monthly monitoring too at this point. The water is up. That's the only one that's keeping the trend that it's always had, but still up by less, usually up by 13, 15%. This year up by 3.
Okay, any comments? So we'll move on to 3.4, the 2024-2025 community spaces budget.
Oh, yes, and I think I just put something out of order, which is the 3.9 should have been next,
Okay.
which is the budget.
We are talking about scaling back. Last year, the budget town hall cost us, I think it was $1,200. That was mainly food. We do have a lot of stuff that we could reuse if the committee would like to see another town hall. But like I said, I feel like given where the budget is at, it feels a little bit more appropriate just to do a little bit more of like a prioritization survey, kind of see where people would like to see. Like a ton of growth, but like rather than seeing like honing in on like where our dollars can be spent. Kind of where that's at, but I'm very open to feedback and thoughts.
That seems fine to me.
Is the plan for the survey to keep things relatively similar to what we've done in the past, like reusing the same questions to track change over time?
Very short, like under 5 questions. We're gonna
Gotcha.
keep it super brief. Obviously like open-ended and a little bit more like conversing with people, I think. So we'll train staff on kind of having more conversations as well and tracking my information. But yeah, like in terms of the questions, like priorities, like numbering them in the order. Should have pulled up the survey, sorry. But yeah, not a ton of, not going as elaborate as we have been, very short.
Yeah. Well, I think the plan makes sense. You put it very plainly. It's just we don't have a lot of money to play with, so it would feel weird to me to like not set people's expectations like that,
Right.
and do it, host something in a way where it's like come and tell us what you want us to spend our money on, and there's not a lot of money to spend. So I think that by even doing the survey, we're still going above and beyond what a lot of other agencies would do when it comes to the budget process. So I'm certainly comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think we still definitely want to hear people's priority areas, and so we can.
Can you?
Can you hear us, Olivia?
Now I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you've been cutting in and out a little bit, but I think I got the general understanding. I agree that a survey is the way to go. As much fun as the budget town hall was last year, yeah, it doesn't
There's a
seem
lot
real.
of Is that all we wanted to say about that?
I think so.
Okay,
Wanted to just make sure you guys know.
all right. So then we will go back to the community spaces budget.
Let me do 3.3 first.
Okay.
The budget projections.
Sorry.
That's so, and we'll kind of start dipping into each of the specifics, but I do want to give everybody their time to discuss them. But if we keep our practice of budgeting the same utility tax amount as what this year's collections are, it's going to be 1,322,000, something like this. We don't know the final number yet, but 1.3 million, maybe, yeah, nothing, maybe slightly higher or lower. This 15,000 isn't real revenue because it has a matching expense, so it's at 0 technically. This is 440,000 in other government agencies. That's assuming that our negotiations committee is successful in negotiating with UCSB on an expansion of our commitment from them to fund specific programs. Compost sales getting to 5,000, and our sponsorships for our festivals getting to 3,000. these are small amounts. And then by drawing 100,000 from our fund balance, general fund, we landed about 1.9 million in revenue. That is, 400,000 less than last year or this fiscal year, and still over 200,000 less than what the estimated actuals are. And so I've already started putting together a draft skeleton of what that could look like. We can move the numbers around within this, but we definitely need to stay, or should stay around this 1.9 million expense amount. That's with taking 100,000 out of fund balance too. If we didn't want to take anything out of fund balance, we would have to be 1.8. But I started looking at what that would play out as. It will require, cutting of budgets that we have across the organization, things that are vacant, things that are not done as much, things that are nice to have. It doesn't include anything that is eliminating services or, anything that the public interfaces with a lot. That was the idea. Is like, where can we start out with? So that's what I set up here is a starting point, but there's definitely a lot of room to still, move things up and down within the different line items. But and there's also the potential that the board says, well, let's take a little more out of reserve to keep things higher. So this is definitely not a final projection, but I just wanted to give us a starting point so that we don't, with this tough situation that we have. If we did take the 100,000 out of fund balance, we do hope to finish this year with 434,000 in fund balance, which is more than we originally projected because we're not going to take out 88,000 for something that was planned but didn't happen. So that's good because it keeps us still up. And if we take out the 100,000, and some other funds, we'll go back down to 356,000 at the end of 2025 fiscal year. So we'd still be in a decent position in undesignated fund balance. And so there is definitely room. Like if the board and the committee said, well, this thing that's cost $10,000 is extremely important and we don't have anywhere else to move money around, we want to make it happen. There's still definitely funds to do that. I would personally not recommend it to do too much into ongoing costs, but temporary costs I would support it for. But yeah, but for example, travel spending, I cut office spending in half. This shows a positive growth because we hadn't originally budgeted for a garage. That's our storage. So it looks like it's growth. It's really cuts because this year we had that spending. We just didn't put it in the original budget. With administration, this is just, there's going to be cuts needing to be done here, but I just haven't had a chance to go through it in depth yet to cut here. Community spaces has a good number of reductions, in turn, reducing program spending, reducing spending for furniture, which we have built out already. We're reducing our grant writing budget, our advertising, our landscape maintenance, which we didn't spend this year. Reducing Survivor Resource Center, since we did spend this year on keeping that space and rejuvenating it already. Community garden just had one time 15,000 spending, so it looks like a cut, but it's just keeping things the same. Compost collective, reducing some extra health budget, since actuals are, looking like we could make do 50,000. Reducing the equipment budget, the advertising budget, and compost collective. The festival doesn't show a cut, and that's because that would be one of the programs that we've asked to get funded fully by UCSB. Because there was dedicated funding coming in revenue for that. So same with the step grant. So these are, it shows a huge reduction, but it's not a real reduction because it was had its own funding. Ivy Beautiful, it shows an increase in extra help and labor because we're cutting contractual services significantly and replacing it with in-house staff. So it's an overall reduction, just changing how we do things. C-Clip Fix is cut, equipment is reduced, advertising is cut, and then public art is cut to zero, and same with the community plan. So that gets us $450,000 of spending reductions to get to 1,894,000, which is just barely in the block. Like I'm $2,000 in the block. So I don't think it counts because we still need to fine tune different parts of the budget, like health insurance costs, unemployment insurance costs, and disability insurance costs, like those kinds of things I don't have final amounts for yet. So.
And when you put salaries in, did you put any kind of COLA?
I did put these in with the expected COLA, but that's something we need to talk about today. So I put it in with the highest amount it could be, but that could be something that has changed. So it's COLA and raises is what the salaries are in with. And then the health insurance it's partially, we only get half the year's increase. So we don't know I haven't done the projection for the other half of the year. So that could still change by a little bit. It wouldn't be a huge change, but it's still a change. So this is just a starting off point just to get us to balanced. And then we can talk about what can come back or what can be rearranged from here and what we want to do reserve spending for. And I don't want to presuppose anything, but I just wanted to get us somewhere where we're balanced and then move from there. So I don't want to say, oh, this is the budget, that's all we're going for, because it's not my job to do that. But I just wanted to get us started on this. So, but it is a tough budget year. It's not going to be like other years, and we have to pick our battles for what we want to keep and not keep. So then now if you guys have questions, then we'll move to each program.
Did you all say something? Sorry, I see that you're all looking at the screen, but you cut out at the end there.
We're just giving you an opportunity to speak if you care to.
Oh, yes. Is it, I have a little.
It was Director Craig we were asking a question of. Thank you though, Maya. We're delighted to see you as well. So I think that Director Craig does not have any questions or comments that she wishes.
I do not. Yeah, I have unfortunately heard this bad news.
I have a column in here that I guess I don't have it like narratively described, but you could see the cut by line item in the F column under potential 23. Oh, I guess that's mislaid. But under the tab that has the potential budget, there's a column that shows the negatives for everything.
Yes, yeah, I see the negatives.
Yes,
it would be good to know.
things that are cut are the interns budget. The advertising budget's reduced from 5,000 to 1,500. The grant writing budget's reduced completely. The programming budget's reduced from 48,000 to 35,000, but Maya's gonna propose we reduce it further to 30. And the furniture and fixtures is reduced from 15,000 to 0. Landscape maintenance down to 0 from 3,600. That's a total of $46,000 in reductions there. It is one of the biggest areas of the budget. So, yeah, I'll turn it over to Maya to talk about her ideas for keeping things, preserving service, and what's important for next year.
Thank you. I'm gonna share my screen. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
And just yell at me if I cut out in any way. Okay, so obviously budget cuts not ideal, but I've been thinking of some ways that we can try and save and optimize what we're doing. So I'm going to go over kind of the status quo of where we're at now, the budget cut impact, talk about how we can continue our free and consistent programming sponsorships, thinking about some potential sources of revenue, and then some potential staffing solutions. So obviously right now, what you already saw is that our professional services is being cut from 48 to 35. And so right now, what that's covering is our 7 weekly programs, in addition to having money. Sorry, am I
Maya,
back?
could you start a little bit? Yeah, you're back now.
Yeah, where
You
would you
gave
like?
you gave the table of contents, and then it froze at the end of that.
Okay. So the professional services is being cut from 48 to 35, as you already know. Right now, that is funding our 7 weekly programs, in addition to having a small event budget per quarter to fund some of the events that we have. Obviously, our 1 community space intern will be no more. Event reservations right now, as you know, are free for nonprofits and Isla Vista residents. I'm proposing that this 1 to 5K a quarter event funding that we currently have from this 48,000 translates over to IVCRC requests. I've already been working with them this year, but maybe just encouraging people to go through them more often. And then our marketing budget being cut from 5,000 to 1,500. I think we should be able to do just fine with that in the community spaces.
Maya, can you pause for a second? I'm gonna just switch the internet to my phone.
Yep.
Yeah, it's strange because I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I think it's their Wi-Fi because they were cutting out so much too.
That's the thing. We're not even on Wi-Fi.
Oh, great.
No, not great.
Do you want me to unplug the Ethernet?
Well, even when the projector she freezes there, I can still see her like speaking in my computer, so.
Oh.
maybe
Yeah,
it's just-
something.
Actually, so could you just unplug the Ethernet, please? Let's try. Can you say something, Maya?
Oh, I heard you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I actually think that's better. All right, let's try going from there. We'll have a back plan if not.
Just flag me down.
So
Where did I leave off?
we lost you right after you said event reservations are free for nonprofits and Isla Vista residents.
Awesome, thank you. So the 1K to 5K a quarter that comes from that 48,000 that you see above, I'm requesting that we just go through the IVCRC for request and encourage our residents to do so as well. We already have their information on our website. And then our marketing budget being cut, I don't think that will have a huge impact, just, you know, reducing how much memorabilia and things we'll have. So I won't be discussing that too much. The first thing
Maya,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I have a question about the reduction of the professional services to 35,000. So what does that look like from a programming
She
perspective?
has a slide on it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So right, actually my next slide, so good timing. So basically what that would look like is cutting down on our weekly programs. And I guess before I go into this, your question I think pertains more from like 48,000 to that 36. And what that would be cutting is just like the extra event funding. So right now we kind of have an event sponsorship where people can request funding from us for their event. And if it aligns with some of our goals and we think that it's a great event, we want to help sponsor it, then that's what that funding has been going for. And it's been about 1 to 5K per quarter, but that's being cut. And so this right now I am proposing is right now we have 7 weekly programs, and I'm saying that we should cut even further to 5. And the reason why is because at the moment we have 2 classes that aren't necessarily as attended as the rest of them. They get on average between 1 and 3 attendees, where the rest of them get on average between 7 and 14. So I'm proposing that we still keep 5 programs, 1 program of every single day of the week, keeping the mothers group, the yoga, guitar, dance, and then our coffee hour sponsorship that we have. And then I'm also, yeah.
Real quickly, which are the 2 that would be cut?
So the 2 that would be cut are 1, the comedy class that was a new addition that we added this year, and then 2, the Zumba class. And the reason I'm choosing to cut that one is because I haven't been able to get in contact with the instructor, and he has not been charging us lately either. So I don't think that it's happening.
Thanks.
Yeah.
There'll still be a dance class, a different dance.
So that's one side of things, but I also want to talk about potentially some other avenues of revenue. So as you know, right now, everything is completely free. And I do want to make sure that above everything else that we are maintaining accessibility for IV residents and nonprofits. So out of 162 of our checkout form responses, it shows that we have 17% of our events are medium intensity, which is about 20 to 60 people attending. And then about 5% were high intensity, which means there was over 60 attendees. So if we apply this ratio to our 1,000 events that we had in our spaces last year, we had 170 medium intensity and then 50 high intensity events in our community spaces. So if we are going to charge for something, I'm proposing that we keep it drastically lower than anything else, both in our area and just in general. I wanted to keep it very, very cheap. And so I'm proposing potentially $20 for a medium intensity event and $150 for a high intensity event. And I'm still saying that I think my ratio here is very generous. I do think that we had a lot more than 170 medium and 50 high. So I do think that even with this proposed fee schedule, that we would have a lot of room for like fee waivers as event sponsorship, and we would be keeping our low intensity events completely free. So based on that, we have a potential revenue of $10,900 from both of those events if we were to charge. And
just
like
really
I said,
quick on
yeah, go for it.
No, I was gonna say, this is to start charging IB residents and nonprofits at that level, because it's free now. We only charge private organizations this year, and private individuals, which that hasn't been generating quite as much. So this would start putting it on everyone.
And for reference, the fee schedule right now for people reserving the space that aren't an IB resident or nonprofit is $350 for any intensity. So this is still drastically lower than.
And how many takers have we had at the 350?
Very few, like I would say under 10.
And it's because a lot of people qualify for the fee waiver. Almost everybody is an IB resident or a nonprofit or education institution. Like I think the pharmacy or one other business, I don't remember what it was, Maya.
The
It's happening
pharmacy,
soon.
yeah, there is, I'm blanking on the other business, but there have only been like a handful of people that have qualified to pay, and most of the time they're more than willing to because it's very cheap still. Like 350 is a great deal. But yeah, not a high demand.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, of course. So that's one side of things. Another side of things is staffing solutions. So losing our only student staff member, my amazing community spaces intern, who is graduating. So luckily, you know, I wouldn't have to let her go. I'm kind of recommending this two-part solution to help support and offset costs. So one, I really think implementing a volunteer program for the community spaces to help with the wellness checks. Right now, Molly goes in, you know, once a week, make sure everything looks okay, waters the plants and things like that. I do think that would be a pretty easy volunteer program to implement, maybe like a group of so many people. Then my second thing is a little bit new. So it's contracting with a local production company for all of our production and event support needs. So this is kind of qualifying that second part of Molly's job that she does a lot, which is managing like event accommodations and helping support staffing events. So I want to go into a little bit about like what this would look like and the funding for that. So we worked with a local production company called Routine Productions for our spring festival. And this is a group of students at UCSB who started their own production company with the necessary insurance, and they store all of their equipment in their house at the moment. And we paid about $30 an hour for their event support staff, and they have a staff right now of about 6 that they hire. So I'm proposing that with the $5,000 we have left over from potential programming cuts, and then $5,000 out of our projected revenue, which I just proposed to you, we would have enough money for about a $10,000 yearly contract with them. So what that would look like is, excluding summer, we would have $3,333 per quarter to staff for event staff and production. And so what this would look like is we could set aside $1,000 a quarter for 1 to 2 events, and we would provide stage, sound, everything that that event would need for, like, let's say a show or a fundraiser or anything. We could have like a big production for them. And then we would also be able to sponsor 78 hours of event staff support. So on average, some of these big events that request our support, it's about 5 hours of work. So if we have one of their staff members work, we can support 15 events with our energy and time and money. Or let's say they want 2 people there, we can support 7 events and so on. So if they, you know, if they're requesting all 5, then there's less events that we can do per quarter, but we would have to plan that out. So what we would lose in like a consistent 10 hours per week that we would get from an intern, we would gain more staff members to offer our people who are renting our space. And given that they will be paying us potentially with this model, we would be able to offer them like an entire staff to help support them, to almost make it even more worth their money. However, even with this, we still have $5,900 left over from this projected revenue that I suggested. So there's a couple different options. If you're not loving the production company contract, we could also use all of this money that we have left over and with the revenue to hire a community spaces intern. However, I will say, after kind of talking with Molly and learning a lot about, all of the projects I've had her support on this year, I do think a lot of the things that she does could be better suited in a community engagement intern. And I do think that, with my time, supporting Sydney while she was gone, I think there's a genuine need for it. And so I would urge, to consider, instead of having a community spaces intern, to maybe use this leftover money to go towards a community engagement intern. And again, that's because when talking with Molly, she does a lot of tabling, she did a lot of outreach, she's compiling a lot of lists and things. So while she was a huge support with event staff and event planning, I think that she did a lot on the outreach side as well that I think that we could use the extra support on. So these are just some of my ideas, some ways we can crunch some numbers and potentially make some more money, but I am completely open for questions, thoughts, concerns, all the things. And I can stop sharing my screen or keep it up for y'all to look at, up to you.
Thank you very much, Maya. You always have a lot of good ideas and a lot of positive thoughts about the future, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for putting this together. This is very digestible, and I think this is the model for how to present the information as we're trying to, grapple with all this. And I'm definitely intrigued by your fee idea. And do you have just like a sampling of what are the types of the events that we're talking about when we're talking about the medium and high intensity events that that are not currently getting the waiver?
Yeah, of course. So some of these medium intensity events are like very big groups that use our space. I don't know if I should go into explicit detail on like what the groups are, but a lot of them are like student organizations or like club memberships or religious affiliations. That's typically what we see in medium intensity, is just really big groups or clubs getting together to meet, to talk, to go over the quarter. Some of them are bi-weekly. Whereas like these high intensity events, I do think that some religious services would qualify as this. But in addition, I would say a lot of these are like the big concerts that we see in our spaces, the markets that we see in our spaces, the just overall like higher volume like tabling events and things like that are more under the like high intensity. Most of our events at the community spaces are student organizations, and I would say a smaller portion of them are nonprofits in the area.
And almost like, I'd say 99% get the fee waiver, if not more. Like it's almost everybody.
Right now.
Yeah.
So just let me just get it straight. With our policy, even if you're doing a commercial activity like the markets, if you're an Isla Vista organization, you can still get the fee waiver.
That's how our policy reads.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
And would you say again the numerical difference between a medium and a high intensity in attendance?
Yeah, so for medium intensity, it's about 20 to 60 attendees, and then high intensity is over 60 attendees.
So it's kind of a big price jump there at 60.
Well, the high intensity also has some provisions, like people are going to be doing certain activities too. Like it's a matrix of people, number of people, and then what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah, the attendees was just kind of a simple way for me to try to explain it. But in addition, like for example, if 60 attendees are coming and they're sitting in one place the whole time and they're not moving around very much, that also could be considered a medium intensity, which is kind of hard to think about. This is also
No
really
joke.
thinking about like the community center specifically. As it is right now, I don't think that the community room can suit a high intensity event that we would be talking about.
So we probably just need to redo our entire intensity,
Yeah.
everything. Yeah.
So,
This is a starting off point for.
yeah,
Yeah, I definitely see the, commercial activities that happen there as low hanging fruit. It's good that we've been able to support the community with those fee waivers, but when vendors are selling products and making money, it makes sense that there would be a fee associated with that. So, yeah, I like the idea of looking at this, but I also want to be conscious of not setting a fee for certain types of groups that might not otherwise be able to afford it at all, or and inadvertently end up, messing with the good thing that we've got going, where we do have so many events and the space is used so much. And so that's kind of what I, grapple with.
And I would also add that for specifically the commercial like vendors and things that we're working with, this cost of $150 for that type of event, there's normally about 30 vendors that participate that can fit in the community center and the surrounding area that's part of our property. So that's about $5 a person. So we still would be maintaining a lot of accessibility with these pricings. And like I said, we still have a lot of wiggle room because I was being very generous with these numbers. Like I think realistically, we probably have about double this in the year. So I would, I don't want us to bet on that as far as like revenue projections, but I do think that we will have a lot of room to waive fees for groups that we think we can create a policy and whatnot for it. But I think there'll be a lot of room to waive fees for groups that we would want to keep in the space for free.
well, those are good things for us to think about. Thank you for all those interesting thoughts.
Of course, thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Anything else on this?
I think we're good for now, and we'll come back with more, firmer numbers. But if you guys have any preferences on the intern versus contracting out the help,
Contracting out the help does sound like a promising idea, and I do like the idea that you can scale the help then as you need it.
Yeah.
That it's a local startup company that we could be supporting, that we could, we wouldn't have any particular commitment to them, I presume, so
Yeah.
that if we didn't need them, we wouldn't call on them.
I do have a question on that. So is it your philosophy here that by having this extra event support, we could potentially increase the number of those types of high intensity events? Like, is that something that you're hearing is desired by that community, especially those that are doing like musical events?
I do think it would be incredibly desirable, especially for the bands. That was actually a lot of feedback that I got from the Spring Festival, from every stage that we worked with the bands, is that from start to finish, like having that entire equipment layout and set was very important, even for something like the auditions. So I know for a fact that if we do want to have more shows like that, I think if they were to pay that $150 and we were able to provide that production staff for them, it would be very desirable. Because that also is drastically cheaper than if they were to pay for the production staff themselves and all of the equipment that goes along with it. It would be more expensive for them versus if they were to use our space, pay us, and then we would be able to give it to them.
And
Okay.
sorry, and with that too, on the band issue, I really do think like, especially as we see some of the other like social host ordinances and things go into effect, like especially bands, I think are looking to be in like these more organized spaces. So I don't know, just add on to what Maya is saying, I guess. But I do think that like that's definitely something people are looking for in the community.
Absolutely, good point.
Thank you.
Okay. That moves us on to 3.5, the Ivy Beautiful move out in public art budget.
okay, I'll give another overview of the cuts and then let Jenna talk about the essentials of that she feels that we need to keep. So the cuts here are, I think Jenna actually told me we can make more cuts, but this is where I landed at this point. But we had 32,000 in the contractual services budget, which was 20,000 for earth comb for regular litter pickup, and then 12,000 for power washing, $1,000 a month. That's the main reduction, so it was 20,000 removed there. The next one is Sequel Fix. We cut that entirely. We have until February, but it'll be cut in this budget. Advertising is cut by 2,000. We might want to, maybe bring some of that back or reduce power washing more to get more money here. And then we increased the extra help labor budget to 50,000, so balance out the $20,000 cut of litter production. We don't fully utilize the labor budget right now. It's at 30,000 at this point of the year, almost over, and the extra money will just help us have a better mix of positions. The move out budget I did not cut because that's one of the things that we're going to hope to get fully funded by IVCSD's contribution, and then the public art is cut to zero at this point. Yeah, I'll turn it over to Jenna to talk about her thoughts on the program.
Hi, everyone. So my thoughts would be, I agree that we can spend even less on contractual services if that's meaning like just power washing, because the move out contractor is in the move out budget, which that's essential. But as for power washing, I mean, I really think we can reduce it even $5,000 more at the least. Just have him come out maybe 4 times a year or something like that, and just do the best we can to take care of everything else in-house. So I think that's not a big deal. The one thing I would miss a lot, I think, is the marketing budget, just because nobody really likes to learn about what waste services are available to them, although it's very important. And I think that's the main thing that I want to educate the public about. In addition to move in, move out, I don't think that there's really room in the $20,000 move out budget for advertising. So I was just assuming that that would come out of the general IVB budget. But move in, move out, they're almost like their own programs in themselves. And looking at how successful it was last year, I would prefer not to lose any of that marketing. I'd say that's the most important thing. And then as for in-house workers, I have a worker graduating this year, and I think we could get away with not hiring anyone to replace her. However, like I talked about in my annual report, if we do want to really ramp up litter collection and take that in-house, then at that point we would want to replace her, probably with a position that only focuses on litter. But as for the equipment budget, I'm not too worried. I mean, we have most of the stuff we need. It's just paint and cleaning supplies that we need to replenish every so often.
So Jenna, are you saying we can cut power washing to like 6,000 instead of 12?
I would say that it wouldn't make a huge noticeable difference in the community if we did that. We just won't be able to afford extra projects like how we installed the kiosk and the trash cans. We won't be able to do anything like that in the coming year. Which that is actually something to consider now that I think about it, just because we did ideally want those banners to be installed on the light posts. However, we don't even have the designs finalized yet, and once we do, we still need to get them permitted. So I couldn't say how much that alone would cost. But yeah, that being said, we can do some power washing, but really wouldn't be able to do anything extra.
Well, if it makes sense to you guys, I removed the 6,000 from power washing and put 2,000 back into advertising marketing.
I'd say that is ideal.
Jenna, a question. So you're saying that you weren't sure if there was marketing money in the move out budget number that we've been using?
There isn't. It's 20,000 for the contractor to do the month long.
And she's saying she can't squeeze any out of there for marketing. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
would be anticipated to be in the 2,000 you just reinstated.
I'll just share that last year, 2,600 came out of the CE budget additionally.
For move in, move out.
For just for move out.
So like 4,600 totally?
I mean, I don't know how much there was an additional amount for move in besides the 2,600 that was then in this fiscal year. So it was, let's say, 4,600.
Move in, move out.
Yeah, and then also what Jenna's saying is there's this $2,000 advertising for Ivy Beautiful as a whole. It's not just for move in, move out. It's for help keep, like we're trying to get like magnets to get people on their fridge to know when the trash pickup day is.
Yeah.
So now that would be in like all programs.
I mean, I put
Well, that
2,000.
yeah.
Which we are in the midst of doing a campaign with Surfrider that I would like to continue every year. And I'm not sure how much they're willing to contribute, but depending on that conversation, maybe they would be able to help us out a lot with incentives and educational material in terms of educating people on what waste services are available to them.
And if we're thinking that we are going to ask UCSB to fund the move in, move out operation, the publicity that goes along with that could be part of that cost.
That's true. We can increase that cost. It's a pretty small cost in the grand scheme of what else the other things we're asking them for are like $200,000 costs. So if we said this is 25, I don't want to say it should be fine, but it probably should be fine.
Well, but also it is part of that program.
It is part of it.
It isn't like a general thing. It's absolutely specific to move in, move out.
Yeah.
So it seems like that would be an appropriate thing to like bundle with those costs when we're talking with UCSB.
Yeah, I'll create a line item under the move out program that's marketing, and then we'll put a number in there for that.
And then of course, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Jenna.
I was just gonna say, of course, it's unfortunate that we have to cut public art, but like I had said in my annual report, I'm going to see if I could work with UCSB art students. So I'm not too worried because there are a lot of people who would be happy to do murals for school credit or volunteer hours.
And I could see if there was a proposal with art students where there was a funding request that was made, that's always something that can come to the board outside of the budget process. So, and be funded out of our one-time, capital fund balance for those sorts of things. So I think that's a prudent and smart thing to go down that route and to eliminate that for this year. My question to you is the salaries. I see that the salary spend is is less than what we had budgeted for this year, and then you're talking about adding the new position. So is that just because of staffing that number is less, that there were vacancies?
I had some people going abroad. So that definitely had an effect, like every quarter, someone was abroad. I also had 2 workers quit who I thought were not going to quit at the beginning of the year. So that kind of had to do with it. There were definitely some gaps where not all 7 people were working.
And where are we at on staffing now?
So we currently have 7 staff members.
So fully staffed up, okay.
And then I really like the Flags on Pardal project. Are we saying we would
No, that's a one-time cost that we could, again, use
do from reserves?
one-time funds.
But you're saying you don't have the staffing to pull it off, or?
No,
Well,
that's
we
not-
would contract someone to install them.
Okay, because I thought
But
that
that'd
was a
be part of the.
very
one-time
nice
cost,
project. Yeah.
But that wasn't budgeted for this year or any year. It would just, once we have it more final, we'll bring you a budget to fund one.
Okay. Director Craig, do you want to comment, or do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Yeah, I mean, I think that I appreciate all the comments from the different program managers. And I hope that you all understand we're like doing the best that we can. I don't know, there's obviously tough conversations to be having.
Of course. And I'm not too worried about my program. I'm happy to see that 2,000 back in the advertising budget, and hopefully UCSB will pull through with some move out funding, because I think it's super important and impactful.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Jenna, for your very easy to understand presentation, your passion for a beautiful Isla Vista. We really appreciate it.
Of course, thank you all.
Okay, so we'll move on to the compost collective.
Carly's not here, but I'll give an overview of how the budget's looking for that one. At this point, we do have the extra help budget going down by 13,000, just because that's, it would represent a small cut, but not much. The actuals as of yesterday or Friday are 45,000. We'll probably grow past that, but not get to 63 like we had budgeted. And so the minus 13,000 is going to be, I can't say for sure yet where that will land, but it would be like a $5,000 cut, let's say, in reality, based on actuals. And then we also removed the 2,000 for the marketing there, and the equipment costs were kept at 2,000, or reduced from 4,300 to 2,000. And the one thing to note that's important is between Compost Collective and Ivy Beautiful, they share the equipment costs to maintain the bikes. So that's the main purpose, or one of the main uses of that equipment budget for both programs. And under this new amount is keeping the bikes maintained, because it becomes way more expensive if we don't maintain those bikes. That's where we're at with the compost collector. But yeah, it's not this program is the most status quo one. It's at this point.
We've been hearing about increased efficiency in the piles and turning more compost more rapidly, and more piles and more product. And so how are we doing on that? Are we expecting to sell more?
Yeah, we've made like
Retailing?
$1,800 in sales, is my estimate as of this point. and that's mostly been since like December. So, we had like 4 or 5 months of the fiscal year where we weren't making sales really. So that's, one positive thing. I don't think we'll hit our 10,000 at this rate, but we're also having that market research study done that UCSB will fund to help us price things better so that we're, pricing to actually recoup some of our costs. So I think this is one where we should let that play out, which will be done in about a month, and then come back to it once we have more information of that. And then Jamie's also working on a memo to the board about pricing for the program and like pricing for the collection fee and the possibilities of doing that. That'll be done, I think, for the retreat next week. So I do think we might want to wait on the compost collective until we can get the information on sales and the collection fee.
Okay. Director Gray.
You mentioned earlier about having some uncertainty on the healthcare costs. And I see that I just noticed it in this one. I'm sure it's across all programs, but can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we don't know for sure how much healthcare costs will go up for 2025. And I haven't done the numbers to estimate that yet. So I'm only using the numbers I know, which is that there will be at least a $5,000 growth, but it could be 6 or 7 per. This is for 2 people full time, 29,000. Yeah.
So part of the reason why that number is higher is because we brought someone else on.
No, it's because we know the 2024 numbers for healthcare.
Gotcha.
But I haven't done the estimates for 2025 yet. I've only used the 2024 numbers for 2025, but I haven't done like some sort of estimate figure to model out what the 6 months of it, because we get it in December for 12 months. It's on a calendar basis, but we're on a fiscal, our fiscal year is 2 calendar years. So I only use 2024's numbers to model it here, but I haven't done the split yet.
Gotcha.
Anything else on this program?
Not right now. I do think it's good to just wait until our 2 different reports are done before we can make better decisions.
Okay, then the community engagement.
I'll go over the cuts really quick that Spencer requested in terms of the city, which is the cuts were I'm sorry, it doesn't show the 96 here, but the cuts are the 10,000 on the intern and reducing the marketing from 25,000 to 8,000.
Yeah, so I'll just do a quick little overview of what we've been spending on. Right now, we've roughly spent about 22,000 for the year. And that includes, marketing materials, everything from the flyers, the banners, the A-frame signage, and then all of our swag, tote bags, and stickers, social media ads, food for events, other incentives like gift cards and things that we incentivize people to come to events, as well as take surveys and things like that. Just an event budget in general, and then move in, move out is also in here. Subscriptions, which come up to about 1,500. That's like Grasshopper, Constant Contact, Canva, calendars, all that stuff. And then interpretation services. So to jump from 22,000 to 8,000, I think you can all imagine it's gonna just be a very sparse community engagement effort. I won't say effort, that's the wrong word, but in terms of like physical materials. I actually did it for 11,000, which is what I thought we were budgeting. So what I have right now is everything about cut in half, if not more. I'll have to cut some more. I mean, I no longer have to include that, hopefully. But yeah, we're going from 5,000 to 8,000 down to like 3,500 for marketing materials, for example. Thankfully, we have a lot of it that can carry over, but there's things like the cliff safety brochures or any like updates we want to do or any additional projects. Like Jenna mentioned, like some of the like IVB, because now I Love Vista Beautiful and Compost Collective will all be in this budget.
No, they have the Compass has 0 on marketing, IVB plus
2,000 for, yeah, so. Which is for their stickers and their marketing materials as well. So, I can go into more detail, but I just feel like that's a pretty general overview for this meeting. I'm happy to talk more.
So even though Compost collectively zeroed the marketing budget, what you're saying is that because of that, they would still come to you and drop down from that? Okay.
We can also not do that too, but there needs to be some.
Gotcha. So I guess the distinction between like this number is there's like the general marketing stuff that we do versus then like the programmatic stuff, but there's still some overlap is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
And given we're looking at next fiscal year, if those are going to 0, then yes, they'll definitely.
Which 2 years ago, they didn't have their own marketing budget. So then they came to Sydney, but then this fiscal year, they had their own.
Yeah, I guess I just wonder from a management perspective, maybe it makes more sense to sort of parse out the money, and maybe you shouldn't have taken Compost collective marketing to 0. Just, I mean, I think it makes sense just I'm thinking about fairness for everybody.
Totally.
Because we do know that there will be like emergent needs that we want you to have the resources to tackle too.
Yeah, and then considering our other programs as well, and making sure that those are equated in that fairness for in the CE budget, like housing mediation, interpersonal violence investigator, safety stations, because those all come out of, well, safety station has their.
But I think it was
Yeah.
Director Freeman made a good point that those are the programs that, because they don't necessarily have a manager that is engaged and lobbying for it, is able to get that. So he made that point. I thought it was well taken.
One thing I want to note, you guys can give me your perspective on this, but if you want to, in terms of like fairness, currently the Compost Collective has pretty much 0 cuts on an aggregate basis, if you include like salary increases. So for everyone getting cut, there is a fairness of like how many they would get an increase, everyone else would get a cut. So there's that.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, I did notice that and figured that we would, hopefully have a discussion about that after we get the revenue study, because that's something to take into account too. But it would be nice to have it spelled out and have it presented from Carly.
Yeah.
Once we get that.
But if that's the direction, we could spread out more marketing money throughout, safety stations, for example, is 0. We can give them something, 500. Because of the cut we made with power washing, we're now at 9,000 plus. So there's a little bit of money to move to different places.
And we had talked about a position in community engagement, and so this budget does not have that position.
We cut it.
We didn't have it this year.
Yeah. But with Maya's presentation, there's discussion about potentially moving things around to have a seat. Would be more cost effective.
And it would be taking an intern from another program, or it would be creating an intern.
It depends on how you want to see it, to be honest. You need to cut both of them to make it balanced, and then what do you bring back? But you do need to cut both of them to balance the budget at a basic level, because they're pretty big. It's a perspective.
Okay. And what about would be the cost of a CE engine?
10,000.
And then we're talking about potentially doing a work study.
So, or 6. I forget how much work study is.
And so in terms of actually doing marketing materials, has that been centralized in CE this year and just budgeted in the programs, or has it been decentralized and done by the programs themselves?
It's centralized with the now, in terms of making the marketing materials, and then we just pay for printing.
From different budgets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that model is working well?
It is, yeah, for right now. It seems to be. Yeah. There's just not enough Fiona time.
Of course.
Yeah. But yes, that model is working fine. And we have a great partnership with Graphic Ink that we utilize. I think one thing that was really talked about a lot in our CE report was how important social media ads are. And just know that's going from like 5,000 to like 1,000. Roughly. That's like a pretty
Okay.
big hit. I'm saying that's how we get a lot of our messaging out. Seems to work really well. Again, I can move things around and not spend so much on marketing, but it's just something to take into account. One of the hits. And having fewer events out of CE versus allowing other groups to have.
Any further?
This, let's see, this is just going through the list of everything. Because this, okay, yeah, this is the last program one. Yeah, I think hearing all this, and it's been good that the discussion has kind of developed, because we're going through this too. Thanks for bearing with us first time trying to really tighten our belt on this. It would be good to have a list of all of the cuts for if we do end up getting extra revenue coming in and we want to adjust that number and restore things. But also for us to see, like you were saying, Jonathan, from that equity perspective, like, you know, for different, what is coming out of each different program, you know, and because ultimately, you know, I think we're going to have to consider all these holistically for us to be able to make the best decision.
For sure. I do want to caution though, like, I think it's going to be less revenue, not more, that's going to come in, because if you look at the March collections, it was $47,000 of electricity and 30,000 of gas. Doesn't look like we're going to get that in March. And so we're still, the projection number hasn't been updated. We don't know the numbers until next week. I'll bet that electricity comes back down to 35 and gas comes back down to 15, which is then we're losing another $20,000 off projection for next year. So we're technically in the red still.
It sure doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, we have no idea why. Exactly. Because it's been a cold winter.
I've been cold, Lenny.
So I don't want to make it seem like we're going to get more money. I mean, we'll see. We'll find out. We have until August to decide.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're on the downward trend. So there's more cuts to be.
Mm-hmm. And all of our utility numbers, we just take at faith. We don't really have any kind of scrutiny or audit going on with us.
Not right now, but like, for example, the electricity, well, actually, I won't say that 100%. So with electricity, I just got like the list of properties they exempt from the tax. That's totally accurate. I think there's just one small edit, but otherwise they're exempting the right, they're not over exempting, and are they collect, so that means they at least have they're capturing the bonds accurately. I mean, my bill always has the 8% on it. So based on what I know, I'm paying the 8% and that's not being excluded. The Goleta Water District, they're the most generous paying us the tax. They give us the tax based on billings, not collections. On collections, which is huge. We'd be getting less money if we didn't have that. Marburg pays, you know, they're pretty reliable. They pay on time. The first to pay, they were the first to pay in at the beginning. I don't have any reason to believe Marburg is not collecting. And then the gas company is the hardest to figure out what's going on with them. They were the last to get implemented. They're just the most difficult. We do have a local rep and I could talk to him. But when we set up the tax, I like went very meticulously with them to list every property that needs to be getting the tax and all that. So, but they do it based on collections, I believe. And so when we get our gas collection or our gas tax every month, it's over a 3-month period. It's the 2 months before, 1 month before, and this month's all combined because it's a rolling basis on, and some people get billed every other month on gas. And so,
And mostly the residents themselves are paying utility costs. It's not coming from their apartment owner.
more and more it's the residents themselves. I mean, trash, I thought was always one the landlords paid in IV, but now we learned that they're pushing it on the residents to do. I
That
think-
seems problematic, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
well, I can't talk about it now because Brown Act issues, but we have a solution to that coming. But yeah,
Well,
I
that's
mean,
nice to hear.
yeah, that'll at least save us in the trash. But I couldn't. I mean, the only one where maybe we can do more is the sewage, but then it's not that much money that we can do more of because
And what do you mean by we could do more?
yeah, if you look at past years, the sewage tax, the way it works is I get a list from Goleta West Sanitary District that has a list of every parcel in IV and what they charge them for sewage. And I just hit that by 8%. And then I tell the county auditor controller's office, here's the per parcel charge for the sewage tax. Technically, it's not supposed to happen that way. Goleta West is supposed to collect it and give it to us, but we agreed early on that we would collect it directly. But that comes in lower by a few $1,000s. But again, like it's $2,000 to $3,000. It's just people not paying their taxes or something. They've got bigger problems. Like this represents such a small thing. Because I do know that the projection for this is always, I don't want to say 100% correct, but it kind of is 100% correct because I'm just going off the list that Goleta West gave me, and that's the total
Yeah.
number of sewage charges.
Simple math,
Needs
right?
to be 8% of that, but we're always collecting just a tiny bit less. It's never really hit the target over any of the years. But how much, I mean, we could go hire somebody, go do tax collections. I don't know how that works exactly, but I'm sure there's a way for us to go after non-payers and go to the county and see who's the non-payers, kind of go after them, but it's maybe a few $1,000s total. for
But
how
people
much-
end up with tax liens on their properties, right? So sooner or later they pay.
Exactly. And
So you would get bumped sometimes when you got delinquent collections.
yeah, and we do get that. Like if I can go into Fed and show you what it's
Oh,
called,
no,
but it's called
thank
like the
you.
teeter and like there's these interesting names for it where you get 2 major collections a year. You get like, October and April, but then they get trued up
Yeah.
midway through. And then in the summer you get some reduced and some added back. So there is something like that happening, but it's not, it's in the few $100 range,
Yeah.
$600 or something like that. Nothing, but it's always been less, the sewage tax. And that's the one we know for sure because we control it ourselves. But I couldn't say that there's a big gaping hole of like
Yeah.
$50,000 out there that we're not getting.
My suspicion that is that there's 250 vacant housing units that probably aren't using sewage.
That's
right now.
true.
But it does seem like that
250 vacant housing units in Isla Vista?
because of the eviction.
That could be it.
Hmm.
I didn't think of that. And then there's like one house on DP that's red tagged for erosion.
There you go.
And someone told me, this is just word on the street, but like there's an apartment building on El Greco that's empty right now.
Mm. Well, that certainly,
That can hit
yeah,
us.
yeah. Okay. So anything more on this topic? We'll talk about 3.8 economic adjustment for salaries. Last but not least,
It's
when
a
we're
big
beaten
one.
down and weary. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. And we have time to make this decision, so, you know, we don't have to go all into it today. But here's what our policy says for economic adjustments, you know, otherwise known as COLA in other places, cost of living allowance, but we call it this. We say we use the March CPI for the LA region, and it's, you know, potential adjustment. The board has the right to make this decision. This is just what we use as a starting off point to talk about it. So that's what the policy says. And then the March CPI is out for LA, and it is 4%.
Right on the money, huh?
Yeah. And so last year was 3.7%. And so we did the 3.7% last year as the economic adjustment. And then here are the salaries for the positions we have right now. The increases in the salaries from 23-24 to 24-25, I haven't bifurcated the merit raises from the COLA on the per position basis, but, you know, I don't think we need to look at it per position.
No.
The total cost for the COLA is $20,000, and the merit raises cost $26,000. So salary growth will be, if we did both, funded the merit raises and funded the full COLA at 4%. I don't want to call it full because it is whatever we want it to be. But if we did the 4% COLA, it would be a 7.33% increase in salaries costs, which is 46,000 in total, and that's the split between the two: 20,000 for COLA, 26 for.
And all the numbers we looked at today use this as the basis.
Use these numbers, yeah.
With the exception of the general manager salary.
Yes.
Well, my thinking on this is definitely a very tough discussion to have. You know, it's been tough discussions all day in the cutting, and then seeing, you know, potential additional spending too. I think that both these things should be included in that menu of, you know, here's the cuts that we potentially could make restorations on, and, you know, the COLA and the merit raise as well. I think that organizationally, a lot of times the right thing to do is to bite the bullet on things like this, because it's a lot more tough on the organization and expensive to try to go out and hire someone new. We value the work that our employees do. But at the same time, I just don't think we have a whole lot of enough information to make decisions on that or any of the other, you know, potential restorations yet. So.
Yeah, and I have to correct myself before it gets too further, but I think everything is, for the most part, the COLA and the merit raises, but not all of them are 100% correct. So I haven't fully updated this. I just noticed one line item was slightly off, but not by a lot, just by a
But we have a
negligible
ballpark
amount,
sense of what we're talking about as a whole.
Yeah, you have a good. I think I was using
$20,000
the old
for the whole
numbers.
organization.
Yeah, I think I had previously had the COLA as 3.7% before the March one came out.
So
those are
maybe
the
you
numbers I
missed some
put
of the
in.
line items.
So we're like
Yeah.
0.3% off on some. Yeah, so I will correct them.
Okay.
So you'll get the updated version, but it's as updated. Yeah. So
That's fine. We knew this was a preliminary
Yeah.
look, and it's certainly been very thorough as a preliminary look. So thank you for that, and all the staff that worked hard on this. And it's painful to contemplate cuts to programs that are growing and thriving, that you're very committed to. And so the expertise that people brought to that thinking process and the positive attitude that they displayed in expressing those thoughts, I think is really commendable.
Ditto on that, and the irony of that press release showing that a lot of the cost of living increase was from electricity prices going up is not lost on me.
What's going on?
So we'll keep scratching our heads. But I also want to thank, I don't know if everyone is still on Zoom, but all the program managers for digging deep on this. It's, I think, a lot better public policy to have you all work and make the recommendation to us, because you are the experts in what you do. We are the policymakers and the ultimate deciders, but we don't have the same expertise about how things work. So we really appreciate you working to do this in a way that really tries to balance all the value of the good stuff that we're doing, but also confronts the reality that we have. So thank you.
It does look like the gas did go down.
Maybe that's there we
that's
go.
The whole thing. No, ours is down 20, so there's something else. But yeah, we'll keep working with this as the working numbers, and then later on we can decide what to do.
I wanted to just jump into and like Carrie said, like this is a very thorough first look. Thank you, Jonathan, for like putting this all together. I know that it can't be easy to go through and cut programs that we all love and want to see thrive. But I do think like I'm glad that we got to have conversations with each of the program managers around where they see the money being best utilized and hopefully incorporate some of those in our working budget.
Yeah, that was very helpful. Thank you, Olivia. So any further comments or discussion that we want to have, or should we wrap it up?
We just need to set a time to meet next and a regular time to meet, and we probably want to meet more than once a month this year. And we can cancel if we don't have something new, but
Okay, and in general, we like this time slot, 3:30 on a Monday.
we can make that work. The next one would be the 13th.
Well, you tell us that, Spencer, what works for you?
What was the date that you were throwing out?
Oh, if you want to keep the same day of the month, I think it's May 13th next time, or May 20th. This is third Monday. Well, we can set it to whatever.
May 13 works for me. I would prefer a little bit later.
Sure.
May 13th.
What do you think?
3:30 works
But-
for me. The only thing is this quarter I have chem lab at 5:30. So I
Gotcha.
probably could
Okay.
not do later.
Is there maybe we should look at a different day?
You could do a different day.
What day do you think?
Well,
Tuesdays?
Tuesdays are
busy.
taken. Parking committee and policy
I know, I
committee
have a
and
lot
the
of
board
stuff on
have
Tuesdays,
Tuesday.
too.
So there's Wednesdays, which have nothing right now.
I've got Wednesday the 15th. The parking team is here.
Yeah, that's the only one. But
Yeah.
besides that, Wednesdays don't have regular meetings.
Do you want to look at May 8th? Or is that too soon?
I don't think that's too soon, to be honest. We might not have any additional annual reports. Well, we'll have a mediation program, but that's not really a major factor on the budget. But I think we can continue the discussion. We can look at the projections, the new projections based on the new collections from taxes, and keep this conversation going. So I think May 8th would be a good next one. So you want to do first Mondays?
Does that
or
work for you,
first Wednesdays?
Olivia?
That's the
May
second
8th.
Wednesday, actually.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
May 8th
Second
at what time?
Wednesdays.
You said
4
like
o'clock?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock?
Unfortunately, I work till 5. I could do before 3:30.
Can we do
5:30?
5:30?
Yep, I could do 5:30.
5:30?
Perfect.
So could you guys make that, if just a motion to make it official, second Wednesdays at 5:30?
I'd move to set the regular schedule second Wednesday at 5:30.
I will
Do I have a
second that.
second? Okay, all in favor, roll call.
Well, Olivia can't actually vote or make
Oh.
motions today, because it's
Oh.
not an official round.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, I'll-
Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. but
You,
these-
you
I
can,
can
you
make
can
the-
second it.
I can second it. And just the two of us are gonna vote.
Yes.
And we'll say, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that means and we might need to have additional meetings besides this, but we'll have the
Okay.
8th of May and the 12th of June as our two meetings to finish up the preliminary budget to pass on June 25th. And then we can meet again in July and in August to finalize the budget.
Okay. And so let's adjourn.
That sounds good.
We're exhausted.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Thank you, John.
Of course.
Thank you, Spence.
You carry fearless chair. We didn't even like need to elect you. You were just